Hello, how are you guys doing? This is Stream 173. So I'm going to work all today on adding statistics generation and reporting in my game platform. And I'm just booting up my game right now. So, hey there, Nui. Always right on time. So cool to see you. Well, to see your name pop up with hello, I should say. Anyway, so the game statistics I want to track. Really, I want to do this now before the game launches because it would be very cool to have from day one or day zero, whatever you want to call it, collecting all of these stats. I was 30 seconds late. Maybe my clock's wrong. I'll blame it on my clock. So, individual stats I want to select are mostly I'm concerned about how many people are logged in over time and how long the servers stay up. So, could be the Twitch delay. Yeah, there we go. Could blame the Twitch delay, blame my clock. Yeah, so I want it, not that I want. I took several iterations to figure this out. And I think this is going to be more straightforward than I had originally written in previous notes. And that is that we'll just have every server every minute just generate another report and append it to the journal. So that means we'll have if we have 3 servers, we'll have 3 commands per minute that are just for statistics. And we'll report which server it was, who was the leader at the time, what the current time was. So some of this is redundant, but that's fine. It's a very small amount of data. The time that that server assumed its current role, and the number of logins total. Did I want total logins during the minute? I think I do. During previous minute. Current number of players connected. And then I want to start measuring CPU usage by the main threads that I'm pretty sure are going to be taking up most of the game, which is handling messages, the worker thread of the coordinator, which is doing this statistics collection in the first place, the executors worker thread, and the game systems thread, which doesn't exist yet, which we'll probably make like next week or something. So we'll be collecting that every minute and then accumulating that so that every hour the leader will make an hourly wrap-up report. So it'll basically accumulate all those stats to make these reports. So total amount of game time, how long the game was up, number of new accounts made. Actually, for that, don't I need to register that? Actually, no. An account's to register, we get a special command for that, so I can just increment that at that time. Well, that's the total. That's the total accounts, just by asking the player's record how many, and this is how many that changed in the previous hour, right? Okay, and then how much the journal grew, including snapshots. So it's just the index, and then yeah, just accumulated stats from the minute to minute things. And yeah, so to do this, we'll have a new command that has all this information in it, and then we'll have a new data object that will accumulate them. And from all that, we'll have the leader generate an hourly report, which I think I want to have as another command, because that way, if it goes down and the servers come back up again, we don't want it to reset the hour, so to speak. Is that what I want to do? Either that or just when the hour changes, always do one. Well, I'll think about that when I get there. So yeah, in addition to putting it in the journal, this is kind of what the whole objective is. I want to get an email once a day. And I want the email to have all this useful, interesting information in it. Like how many new accounts were created, how many people got banned, hour-to-hour wrap-up of how many people are playing the game, how much CPU is used. And I want that emailed to me. and I want it to be in a format I can either read myself or put it through a tool to process the information. So JSON is a good format. Hey there, Ramadia. Just talking about going through my my plan of what kind of statistics I want to track in my game. And hey there, 85 filter. So the first part of this is to collect these minute-to-minute stats. And these are going to be, I'm just looking to see what memory do I need to hold. This one, it needs to remember the number of logins. There needs to be some kind of counter that when the minute is up, I see how many logins were made since then and put that into the command, right? Same thing with the CPU time, I guess. Yeah. You have to add metrics to your infrastructure as well. So the good thing about the metrics is that if you do it right in the end, you get a cool report, which hopefully makes you feel good about your infrastructure. So that's one of the reasons I'm doing it. Also, these reports, if I see some kind of strange trend or anomaly, I can then take a closer look at what's going on in the game. But if I don't see anything strange, then I don't have to look so much at the game. I can just let it go. Yeah, graphs are cool too. Yeah. All right. So I think what I'm going to do is start by making a command that can hold all this information. Command test. All right. So making a new trio of tests here. Create, encode, and get type. All right, command as JSON. Have the server ID. 85, because, you know, 85 filter and all that. Leader ID 1337. Current time. Timestamp 12345. Total logins during previous minute. Logins 3. Current number of players connected. Clients 1. Okay, so I'm going to have an array, I think, of accumulated CPU time for different things. Actually, let's not make it an array. Let's make it something extensible in case I want to add more measurement points. So it'll be an object like, I just call it CPU. JSON object. And let's just start with the messaging. I don't know, 13.2. Being very pessimistic. 13.2 seconds in a minute were spent by the CPU. Actually, this is open-ended, so I can put whatever I want here. How about worrying? We didn't spend too much time worrying and complaining. We spent very little time complaining, right? And pog champing. Spent a lot of time pog champing. There we go. All right. So command is going to, we're going to call this command minute stats. Am I going to lock it to a minute? Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should include in the command the duration. Yeah, let's do that. So duration. If it was a minute, it would be 60.0. So this will be, what are we going to call the command? Stats or something? Or stats update? That's update. Sounds good to me. All right, so 60 for duration. 4, 5, 6. A lot of this is mechanical. Let's pull this out. Const auto CPU stats. Okay. Pog champing, yeah, we're spending a lot of time doing that. Whoa. Why is it? Hold on, did I screw this up? No, I was just selecting the wrong thing. Why didn't it select that? Oh, it's mail, not email. Oh, okay, that's a little bit of a naming issue there. Okay. Stats update. So really all these should say mail, blacklist, not email. Let's fix that. And this should, so the add to email blacklist should be add to mail blacklist. Not nail, mail. Just to have parity with the name of the command. All right. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can turn this around really quick. Do that. And then all of these can become equals something. All of these comma spaces can go away. But then I still gotta move these characters over. I guess it's not too bad. All right, and then CPU stats. And then copy pasta. Stats update. Okay. Let's add that command. So list of commands, stats update. Okay. Hey, while I'm at it, let's make this do the pragma once. Get rid of that. And stats update. Change, take this one, copy pasta. This represents a server command which is used to report regularly collected statistics from one server about the game. Okay. Now what did I decide to put in there? Duration. Double. This is the amount of time in seconds that are covered by this report. Ending at the moment it was reported. Server ID is going to be index. Actually, is server ID's indices here? They are not. Hey, Allens. I don't write tests for the front end code for two reasons. One is that I'm still not really comfortable with JavaScript, so I don't really know a JavaScript testing framework. And the other reason is I'm trying to make the front end very thin anyway, and try to put the bulk of the code in the back end. So I know those are weak excuses, but yeah, you have to make the decision at some point about what you're going to spend your time on. So for me, it was try to focus on the back end as much as I can. They're not easy to write for me, Romania. Might be for you, but I don't even know how to do it yet. I would have to figure it out. Hold on a sec. Excuse me. This is the unique identifier. Yeah, so to answer your question again, thank you for the being impressed part, but it's really just accumulated over time, and there is a downside. It's more maintenance to keep these tests clean and organized, and I sort of feel that pain a bit. And I've tried to get my foot in the door many times, and it takes a while to get into a discipline of doing tests, but and there's a lot of resistance a lot of times. The company I was at last time, they didn't really see the point. Like, why are you writing so many tests? Why don't you just do your work? And so there can be a lot of challenges doing it, but I think it's worth it in the end. Facebook Jest for unit tests. Yeah, I know the name Jest, and that it can be used to do unit tests. I just don't know how to use it yet. I probably need to improve my act on JavaScript and start making unit tests in the JavaScript at some point, right? Tests are necessary. Yeah. 15 minutes to manually test. Yeah, so there's a bit of what do you call that? Cost analysis. There was a better term for it, but like you weigh the cost versus the benefit. So if it only takes you 15 minutes to test everything, but if you were to write automated tests, it would take a couple days. Then it's like, how many times are you going to be doing that 15-minute test? Does it add up to more than a few days or not? So there's like short-term cost analysis, there's long-term cost analysis. I figured for the front end, it's a lot more visible, and so if there is a bug, either I will see it or someone else will see it pretty quick. Whereas on the back end, the bug can go unnoticed for a long time. So I'm much more nervous about the back end not being tested. Okay, so why did it not? Oh, because it's lowercase d. I guess that makes sense. It's one of those things. Do you capitalize the D or not? Yeah. I think Adam talked about this yesterday. I know that there are going to be bugs, and so they're going to be exploited. And until it's like, I don't really care if someone gets a couple extra gold pieces or something in the game because of some exploit. When I find out, I will fix it. And if some kind of backend exploit causes a really bad problem, then I would go and fix it, I guess. I don't know. That's sort of a weak excuse, right? I guess the point is, like, you can never get rid of all the bugs. You just do your best to hit the 80% that's easier to hit, and then just leave the more difficult ones to find later if they're important. Okay, something else had a timestamp, right? It was like the login. Okay, this sort of has a timestamp. This is the unique identifier of the server, which was the leader of the cluster at the moment the report was generated. The time according to server's timekeeper when this report was generated. Didn't I want to include the server start time in this? Oh, time the current, yeah. Did I not include that in? I didn't, I forgot it. So this will be, let's just make it, say, not timestamp, but something else. Hey there, Dries Jans. Working on statistics stuff today. So this will be report time. And let's add something to here. I want it to be the time it assumed its role. Yeah, so it'll be it's like if I were to just type it out, it would be time server joined this term. But that's too long, so how about term join time? So that can be a slightly smaller number. Goonponto, you're back. Where did you go? And hello, how are you doing? Are you going to use the database? Probably eventually, but right now I'm just keeping it simple. So the data is in a pair of files called the journal and the snapshot. So the snapshot is just a huge JSON object, which has just a dump or serialization of the in-memory data. And the journal is a sequence of changes. So I guess the database equivalent of this would be, instead of having a snapshot, I would have a database dump. And maybe the journal would stay as is, or they would be reduced to transaction. I don't know how you serialize a database transaction, but that's basically what these are. So I figure if I need a real database, I'll do it later, and it would just be reworking the component that serializes these bits of data. Went crazy. You went crazy? Oh no. I'm glad you found your way back. Term join time, right? Okay, let's copy this. Oops. That equals that. So that I can expect that back. All right, and then I'm going to add it here. That's report time. This one is term join time. This is term, according to the server's timekeeper, when this server assumed its current role in the current term. Everyday trip for you? I don't know if I would enjoy going crazy here once a day. Oh, wait a minute. Are you doxing yourself? Are you really the Hulk? Is that who you are? Logins. This is a counter. What is this again? You're the Hulk. I knew it. Goon Pontoon, don't smash. Please, don't smash. Okay. Oh, login. So it's literally logins delta. Delta. This is the number of logins that occurred since the previous report. Players connected. This is the number of players currently logged into the game through this server. It'll only be your computer, yeah. Do you know the word defenestrate? Defenestrate? It's a really cool word. My kids love it. It's to throw something out the window. That's defenestrate. So please, if you're going to smash something and defenestrate it, make sure it's just your computer and not anything else. Yeah, that's one of my favorite words too. Like who would have thought we should, hey, let's make a word that means to throw something out the window. Current number of players. Oh yeah. CPU. This is gonna be the catch-all JSON value. This holds CPU usage in seconds for various components, threads, or other pieces of logic in the server. The usage is reset at it. Well, the usage covers all time since the last report. All right, that's what we're gonna say. Your secret identity and your favorite word. Okay, that's enough to build this, I think, right? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I didn't add it to the make file, so it's not gonna link. Yeah, not gonna link. I also didn't do the CPP file. All right. Fenestra. Window or opening, yeah. See? I'm helping literacy here. I'm teaching you all a word of the day. The word of the day is defenestrate. Say I do something for humankind. Stats update. Comes after R. T comes after R. Okay. Hey, Drop Zibate. How are you doing? Well, German and Latin. Well, German is not derived from Latin, right? But there is a lot of crossover in words between languages, so. Am I right about that? German is not descended from Latin? It's like English, Spanish, French, Italian, they come from Latin, but not German, right? There's a lot of crossover. You learn more about HTML and CSS in a week? Oh, cool. I'm glad. Oops, I don't have that file that I just made a reference to here. Yeah, I've been learning a lot too. I still feel very weak on CSS front. HTML, I'm a little bit more comfortable, but CSS is tough. And then a lot of people use CSS adapters like Sass. I don't even know what that is, but I saw a little bit of it. It's like CSS like with extra things in it, and I haven't gotten that far yet. Okay, I'm just gonna copy pasta and call this stats update and do a bit of renaming here. And we can start by doing nothing. Well, let's put one of them in. Let's put duration in. There we go. Yeah, preprocessor. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so just the same, probably the same reason as why I'm not using TypeScript. I'm not using Sass because it's just yet another thing, and I'll probably pick it up when I'm familiar with CSS. You have to kind of experience the pain of what SAS is trying to solve, like the problem, right? So not having mix-ins, and then you're like, I wish I had something like mix-ins. Oh look, let's learn SAS. It has mix-ins. Oh yeah, the punctuation in CSS is very important. Comma or the what do you call it? Greater than, less than, greater than, right? It means it's a descendant. Yeah, all this selector syntax is tricky. Okay, I guess I'm going to run my test now. So how come this is not finding them? Oh, probably because it didn't link before. Yeah, everything seems simple once you gotten really familiar with it. It's the getting familiar part. Okay. Yes, let's run all of these. I'm surprised the get type didn't work. Okay, did I not update that? Oh, that's wacky. Why does it say remove from blacklist? Did it construct the wrong command? It did, look at that. It's the wrong command. All right, command works, and I need to work on the encoding, I guess, next. Server ID. Leader ID. Report time. Term join time. Logins. Clients and CPU. Oh, did I miss something? What's different here? I feel like I missed something. Looks the same to me. Oh, leader ID. It's the capital D. IDs. Lowercase d's. There we go. All right. Now create. This one is an int. One, two, three, four, five. This does not have anything, and these are size T's. These are doubles. Oops. See if I got that right. Cool. All right. So show me there. Got a lot of different commands in the game now. All right, they all pass. So now we need to generate those commands. So have a test that does that. Where should I put that test? Coordinator, I guess. There's too many. Coordinator does too many things. But it does have all that information, so. Ah, here we go. Which system to put it in? I don't know. Let's put it in messaging. Stats update. So it's directly appended to the journal if we're the leader, right? But if we're not the leader, it's got to be sent as a message to the leader. So I think I want 3 tests. Stats update by leader. Stats update by follower sent to leader. Stats update by follower received by leader. All right. So I want one of these tests that, like this one, expects a command to be appended to the log. Yeah, so let's have a configurable stats update interval. Before I forget, let me add it to the configuration template. I'm probably going to keep it at 60 seconds, but you never know. And so I also want to add it to the game's live configuration, don't I? $60. And I will restart the cluster to make sure it got that. Now every server has that in its configuration. There we go. Okay, and then one more place, right? Common. Where is that set up? Down here? Yeah. Just to be complete, put it in here. All right. So we're explicitly setting it because the test will be sensitive to that interval. And don't care about a test user. Do I care about the actual ID number of the leader server? No, I don't. That doesn't need one, does it? Yeah, it's a default. It's got a default. No, it doesn't care. Okay. Wait a minute, no, I do care because that gets put into the report. Yeah, so I do care. Don't need a player connection. Don't need a login. Don't need that. Yeah, all we need to do is advance the time, right? So advance the time 1 interval. Actually, let's take a snapshot of how many journal entries there were at that time. So journal entries 0.1, and then advance again and then get another point. And expect this. So if we go up 2 but not quite over that interval, and then we advance over that line, then we should then see that a journal entry gets added. So it goes from that to +1 at that boundary. And then the command should be stats update. Just to make a page with random stuff and start adding CSS rules. Yeah, you know what I did that for? Was to figure out how to do tables. So, do I still have that? Localhost, no, it's file, yeah, this one. I couldn't figure out how to get this to work. It's like where if you mouse over a row, it highlights the row correctly. And so I ended up making just a CSS and an HTML just to play with it until I understood how to get it to figure it out. Very useful to do that. So I agree. Just make random stuff and play with it. Okay, the command is there. There's both CSS, I mean, W3 schools, and also MDN also has decent stuff about CSS. Okay, what do I want to check here that's in the command? The server ID should be 85. Do I really care about anything else? I just want to see the command gets put in there. If the stats are wrong, I'll be able to tell that without the unit test's help. We'll just keep it simple for now. I just want a report generated from that server after the reporting interval. Okay, so let me repeat this process, but for sent to leader, instead of it being added like that, actually it doesn't even matter. I don't care about this. It'll be we'll receive a message from the follower. So let's just do +1. And don't need these expectations. So it'll be we need to have a peer connected. Do I have any peers? With messages received? This is maybe not the best test rig. Let's go to moderation. Okay, here's a good one. Let me just bookmark this. And then bring it over here. Tables, yeah. Tables, I had the hardest time trying to figure out how to get rows to highlight in tables correctly. And the reason I was convinced the reason to use tables is if you actually have tabular data. But I know it's what's the word? It's contentious. Some people just don't want to use tables at all. Other people like overuse tables, so yeah. Personal preference, I guess. So we're not mobilizing as leader. We are becoming a follower. Okay, hold on. So then I had to mobilize it. We add a peer connection and then we become a follower of that server. Is that the leader ID? Yes. Okay. And then we don't need that. All right. So then we advance the stats interval and I should get a message. Oh, thanks for the follow, Malvik. Or Malvex. Hopefully I'm saying your name somewhat correctly. Alright, so we will receive a message stats update. Actually, I'm not gonna check to make sure everything is what I expect. I am just going to expect that that's the type of the message. Actually, let's get a copy message, and then we can say that's the message type. And then I can also expect that the server number is 85. Int for server ID. That's all I really care about. Cool. Malvex. Oh yeah, buttons with links. I kind of broke that rule a little bit myself. So if I show you this, for getting the password, I made it look like a link, and the compromise is in the HTML. It's actually a button, but it's a restyled button. So that, how do I show that? That is actually a button, but it's styled as link button, and my link button style is set to which one of these does it? There's like a way to No, I'm not seeing it. Is it just display inline? Is that how you make it look like a link and not a button? I can't remember which one of these styles it is. But you can, yeah, you set the style to make it look like a link. So it doesn't fool screen readers. They still see it as a button, but then it looks like a link visually. So that's the compromise that I took. Order none. Okay. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. Hi. All right, so stats updates. I am working on adding this into the back end so that servers exchange statistics. So I have tests here for if when the leader generates their own stats, when a follower sends stats to the leader. Now I want to have sort of a combination of these two. It's where the leader receives stats from a follower and will append it to the log on their behalf. So there will be a peer connection. We are the leader though. And instead of advancing the interval, what we'll do is we'll have the peer send the message. So that's probably in a nearby test. Yeah, one of these guys. So we have the peer send in the report. The stats update. Server. Actually, it doesn't need to put the server ID in there. What am I thinking? Yeah, this doesn't need to be here. Yeah, let's just lift that requirement. So this doesn't need to be here. I actually don't need really anything in there. I just need to make sure it made one. So this getting the journal size will do here. Remove that. And then it just should be a stats update. And it should recover the server number, which will be the peer's number from the fact that it received it from that peer. Okay, I think I got it right. Okay, so the tests are in place. Now I'll work on making the test pass. What if the sites are viewed without any styles? It'll just look like a button for me. Which I'm fine with. If you want to strip the styles away, this will it'll look like there are 3 buttons here, and not just 2 in a link. And this one I think will just look like the word admin. There's a lot of stuff that the style sheet does that if you strip it away, you could still read the text out of it, but the functionality will be a bit ambiguous. It'd be like, well, what do I do with that span? And it's like, well, if you drop something onto it, it will do something. Which is what I'm trying to imply with that red broken border. All right, let's run these tests. This one first. And this one, so none of these will work. I think I'd actually like to do this bottom one first, because that's easiest. Which is just, we will handle the receipt of that message by adding a command to the game. So that is in coordinators implementation. There's a chart up here, a table for server message handlers. So here's where it's going to go. It will be stats update. Handled by some system. I need to pick one. I think I was picking messaging, wasn't I? All right, so let me pick the prototype of one of these other ones and just copy paste it into the messaging system somewheres. how about right here? Well, wait a minute. Yeah, good as any. Handle receipt of a stats update message from another server. All right, and then let's go to where that is defined, and then paste the definition for this new function underneath it. Alrighty. So the job of this will be to make a new command. So can I steal from somewhere else here? Commands. Yes, let's just steal that. And yeah, we only want to do it if we are the leader. So if, actually, let's just do an early exit. If we're not the leader, then we're just going to ignore the message. Otherwise, we're going to do the construction of a command. It'll be this new command, stats update. All right, and then we know the server ID from the instance ID of the context, not the impulse. So it's going to be context instance ID. And then the rest of the stats come from the command. So leader, actually we know the leader ID, right? Or no, we're supposed to use what's in the report. So that'll be message leader ID. Int. And then we've got to do the same kind of thing for the rest of the stats. So report time, term join time, logins, clients, and CPU. So that is not casted. These are, but it is size T, and this is a double, and so is this. And then it's attached to a log entry and appended, and that's it. That should... Hey there, Ramy. Wowee. How are you doing? For those who don't know, Ramy is the one who drew these fine emotes that I'm typing right now, which you'll soon see. Ramy drew the original cactus emote. So, how are you doing today? Did I miss any other chat? No, we're just chatting about CSS and HTML. Tilted? Yeah, those subs, they wear out. They get old. They expire. Alright, let's make sure I at least got one test here to work. This one should work now. Yay, it works. Green light. Green, you know what green light is? It's an atom pass. Okay. But Ramy, your atom EJ should still work, right? Let's do the sent to fall. Okay, these go together because it's on this interval that we do it. And if we're the leader, we do it directly. If we're a follower, we send it to be done. So I need to pick where I want it to be done. I think I want it to be done in the worker thread. So that's a function called worker here. So these are the things the worker thread does. I'm just adding another thing it does, right? So I can go anywhere here. I'll just put it here. Messaging. Process statistics. Process stats. Let's make something called process stats and declare it. At the conclusion of a statistics measurement interval, generate a report to be appended to the game's journal. A report of the statistics to be appended to the game's journal. That's all we need to say. And then go to this definition, because I'm just going to put it underneath that one. And the worker thread doesn't hold the mutex, so we have to grab it as the first thing we do. What did I do there? Ah, I hit a weird key, and it selected a whole nother line. What does RM mean? That's a good question. I don't think I've ever asked Rami what that stands for. Maybe it's a secret. Process stats. So I'm gonna need it to record when it last reported statistics, don't I? And I don't need it to be persistent. I can just have a volatile variable to record this, right? So I can just add it to its own header file. I can add a volatile variable here. We'll just call it, it's a timestamp. It'll be time last stats report. We'll initialize it to 0 so that if it's exactly 0, we'll sample it and not generate a report. So that basically it has to run for the reporting interval before the first report's generated. So this is if non-zero. This is the time according to the server's timekeeper when the last statistics report was generated. Okay, so I'm going to use that variable here. So let's get the current time. And hey, look, I did it up here, so I can just copy pasta. I love copy pasta. If this variable is 0, means we haven't done anything yet. Else if now minus that is greater than or equal to the interval. So, oh look, here's another thing I can copy pasta, which is the interval. Stats update interval. If it's greater than or equal to that, then we're going to make a new one. And otherwise, we don't need to do anything, right? So if it's exactly 0, we will set it to now. Otherwise, if enough time elapses, then... Actually, we still update it, right? Do I mind that being duplicated there? Actually, it really shouldn't be duplicate. No, that's fine. It'll have some. It'll accumulate some reporting error. Do I care? I don't think I really care. So there's some slop because we're doing a reassignment and we're not just adding the stats interval to that. So if it goes like if the interval is 1 second and it's 1.01 seconds, we'll have widened the window slightly. I don't care. That's it. So what we do depends on if we're the leader or not. So let me put a bookmark there. And do I still have my other bookmarks? I do. Don't need that bookmark anymore. I didn't bookmark this down here. I should have though. Yeah, this. Actually, I'm just going to copy this code. This is essentially what I want, right? Sort of. If we're the leader, then we're going to do an append, which is basically this. Otherwise, we're going to send a message to the leader. So how do I send a message to the leader? Probably find that if I search for that, right? I bet it's inside here we do it. Yeah, here we go. We find the leader and we send them a message. So something like this. Find the leader's entry in the list of other instances. Okay, we already are in the messaging system, so I don't need any of that. If there is no leader, we don't do anything. Actually, then, you know what I'm going to do? Is I'll just move this down to here and have an else that returns. So if we get down to here, that means we generated a report. If we early exit, we didn't generate a report, right? So then I don't need this if at all. I just need this to be two cases. If it's not 0, and then I can shorten this a bit. If the time last report wasn't 0, oh wait a minute, no, I still need that. I'm sorry. I need that because then we return right away. Or do I just do nothing? Oh no, hold on. I was right. It's that. Whoops. Keyboard slip. Not and. So it'll go into here if it's time to do another report. I don't need this. If it's not time to do a report, it doesn't do anything. And if it was, okay, this should be else. Oh, gosh, I got this wrong, didn't I? Let me think about this again. I don't want to repeat that logic again, but I guess I do have to. RM is a secret. He might be lurking, yeah. A lot of times sites will use tables when they're absolutely not needed. I at least I'm trying to only use it for tabular data, like where you naturally will want rows and columns, and every, what's the criteria? Every row is a distinct unit of data. Then it's tabular. Okay, I'm gonna put this back to the way it was, since I don't know how to make it any more elegant. It will just do nothing. So if it's 0, do nothing but continue. Otherwise, if it's time to do a report, if we're the leader, append it. Otherwise, if there's no leader, don't do the report yet. Otherwise, we're going to send something. And if we get down to here, that means we log the start of a new interval. It's not time to do a report yet, we return early. I just really don't like this empty if. You know what, I'm just going to repeat this. Even though it's repeated. There we go. Yeah, it's as good as I'll be able to make it. Okay, so this is obviously going to need to change. Right, we should collect the statistics up here, so const auto leader ID. Well, actually, that's this, right? And then I want report time. Well, that's now. Const auto term join time. Do we have that? We don't have that, but I can get it from somewhere else, right? Let's stash it in Raft. Term join time. I'll define that in a minute. Logins. I don't have that either. We'll define a new variable for that too. That will be in the auth subsystem? Whichever one handles the command on login executed. Yeah, so it's auth. Login counter. I'll have to define that, and then we're going to want to zero it out if we get down to the end. Is that one? That's one of the ones that resets, right? During previous minute. Okay, got it. And then number of players connected. That I have to loop through to find that one. So size t clients. Hold on, clients is already has a name, doesn't it? Clients is a name for something else. Yeah, so I shouldn't use client. How about client counter? Or really a player count, a logged in player counter. Because we're going to do a loop. So for const auto client in clients, if client dot second dot player ID is not 0, then increment the logged in player count. Something like that. Hey there, the Epic Unknown, and I play Poker Badly. You guys are coming in together. How's it going? Oh, the question? It's your initials? Oh, but now the secret's out, Raimi. It was much more cool when it was a secret. Okay, login, player counter, and then CPU stats. So, where am I going to keep those? But wherever I keep them, I'll just, I'll want to clear them out. So, where am I going to put the CPU stuff? I suppose it could be coming from anywhere, so let's sample them. So let's put them in the main implementation's memory. So just do that, and then I'll have it reset it at the end here. So this will just a new JSON object, right? And then can just copy all this stuff. Oh, if that was copied from somewhere else, then I have a bug. I have to go fix that in a second. Report time, term join time, logins, and then clients is logged in player counter, and that's CPU. All right, so that's if we're appending it ourselves. If we're not, we're going to be making a new message called stats update. And then we're going to basically have each of these filled in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do CPU. Clients is logged in player counter. Logins is logins. Term join time. Report time. I thought Raimi was Dutch, right? Am I right? Yeah, we get a lot of Dutch and Germans. I guess it's a big Twitch is a big thing over there. Yonder. What did it not like about this? I feel like I'm missing some syntax here. It's probably because it doesn't know what some of these are. That'll be fixed when I establish these things. So yeah, so let's make term join time. So that's in the raft subsystem. So double that. This is the time according to the server's timekeeper when the server assumed its current role in this term of the cluster. All right. Next. No. It's a naughty word. Really? You're getting away with saying a naughty word on Twitch? Oh. I see. Lol. Am I cussing in Dutch? If I say lol? But I'm not speaking Dutch. Login counter needs to go to the auth system. I'm distributing these variables. I just need to remember to accumulate them. This counts. This is incremented every time a player logs into the game through this server. And then last but not least, I need CPU in the main implementation object. Where is that? Right here. Let's put it here. JSON value CPU. And I can pre-seed this with JSON object empty. This holds accumulated CPU usage. This holds accumulated CPU usage statistics for various parts of the system. Actually, I can't just put it in the coordinator, can I? I gotta put it even higher up. Because one of the stats I wanted to track was the executor's worker thread, which is... Okay, it's gonna be a little bit more complicated because I need to give the executor a way to report that it's used some CPU time. I also need to take a quick break, so let me go take a break, and I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. How do you guys know I'm not the Easter Bunny in my spare time? So that picture was just a random rabbit image that I picked when my kids were really young, and I had to try to prove that the Easter Bunny did come by. I took that picture and photoshopped it into a picture of our backyard and said, "See, look, I got a picture this time." and I just picked it. I kept that image around. I don't know why, but when I needed just a random avatar, I just picked that one. I figure I'll change it out when I have some Remu art that works better than that. My brother had a bunny at one point, but no, it was just an Easter bunny thing. Photoshopped in. Yeah, so this can't live here. It's got to live higher up in the hierarchy of this server, which means it's got to move up to the main app. So let's do that. Let's just bite the bullet, so to speak, put it in the main program. I need a new avatar at some point. Yeah, I want to, I guess I'm waiting for a good idea. I guess I could just use a photo of my face, like Chris does. Right? Just have a nice picture of myself, and make that my avatar. Oh, you're saying have Raimi make it. Raimi's done enough for the world by making the I think making the cactus drawing was he put all his time and focus and creativity into that, right? So we can't ask him to do more. I mean, that was of enormous benefit to society and humanity to make the cactus emoji. Uh-oh, you're not subbed to Adam either, I guess. We gotta fix that, Raimi. We gotta gift you a sub at some point. Can't do it now because I'm streaming. Okay, I need to put this up here in the main program somewhere. The question is, where am I gonna put it? There's the main program. This main program does persist because it sits here under wait for shutdown forever. So I could put it here and then have some functions to access it. Let's just do that. And where to put it? Let's put it up here with the diagnostic publisher. So we'll have CPU stats. And then we'll have yeah, we'll just have the stats shared. Why not? Oh wait a minute, no, that's dangerous. Yeah, let's have two functions. I should just make a class to do this, shouldn't I? Let's see how ugly it is if I don't do it in a class. I would need to have some kind of mutex. So standard, is mutex included? It is not. I have one idea for a NPC in the game. It's an awesome idea, I think, but I don't know if I should keep holding it as a secret or talk about it on stream yet. The more I talk about stuff that's going to go into the game, the less of a surprise it'll be, and maybe not as much fun for someone playing the game, because it's kind of like a spoiler. Do you want me to spoil the ideas? I guess I could talk really briefly about the idea I had. Other part of your question though is like how you want them to look, art style. For that, I was going to keep it like, you know, the old Ultima games. They was very lo-fi, retro. So it's going to be just 2D tiles to start with. Oh, cool. Well, let's hold on, Goon Pontoon, until I have some stuff. Okay, I'll keep the NPC thing a secret. Let's hold off until I actually have something, and then you can get an idea about what I'm aiming for. It's hard for me to describe, other than to... oh, I'm getting a sub. Raimi, you've been subbed for 2 months? Wowee! Thank you for your support. Yeah, so what I draw inspiration from was I had it here. So this is really, really old. This is Ultima 4, I think? Yeah, Ultima 4. So 2D tiles and very retro. So that's what I draw my inspiration from. I'll probably start with something like that. But I don't want I guess I'm thinking it's too premature because I really don't know what I want yet. You needed your cactus back. I understand that. But I do appreciate the offer, Goon Pontoon. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. You know, when I think about that, what we could do for the stream is there could be something in the game even where you have a quest to like an NPC that's an artist or something, and he sends you off on a quest to draw something, and then there'd be something in the interface where you could upload the art, and then it would I guess I would need to moderate that. So a moderator would check it, and if it checks off, you would complete the quest and get credit for it. And then that would incentivize people to contribute art to the game. I don't think I've... Is there any game that does that? Where, as part of one of the game mechanics, you can actually draw art for the game? Yeah, that's why it would need to be moderated. So there you go. There's one idea I had, sort of a meta idea, is that to try to make it open for people playing the game to contribute ideas and art if they wanted to. I think I'm just being lazy and I should make this an object because these two need to go together along with its methods, but I'm just feeling really lazy right now. Const auto update CPU, capture CPU, and we'll have let's keep it really simple. It'll be key and time, and this will be auto metric is CPU key, metric actually I don't need to do it this way, do I? I can just say CPU key equals double CPU key plus time. And then I need another one. So const auto get CPU. Hey, Clark.io. How are you doing? How was your stream? The raid is from Nick Larson. Okay. Well, welcome Clark.io and or Nick Larson's viewers. How are you guys doing? I'm kind of hacking in right here a little bit of data collection that I'm going to distribute throughout the backend infrastructure of my game to, in this case, it's going to be collecting CPU usage metrics. And I'm going to, hopefully by the end of the day, have it running in the backend, collecting how much CPU time my server is using. Rating you by accident when you're offline? Oh, I see. So you're conducting Nick Larson's people here. That's fine. Welcome, people. So if you haven't seen my stream before, I have a framework for a game that I'm constructing. So there doesn't exist a game yet, but when it does, it will be very reminiscent of old games like Ultima 4. 2D tile-based, retro style. And this is mostly because I'm not an artist, and this kind of art I can actually do. Not too difficult. So if I aim for a lo-fi style, I think I can do it. So you'll see a view of your game world here. You'll be in the center as some kind of avatar, and any interaction with the game with text will show up down here, kind of like it used to over here in the Ultima games. And like the Ultima games had the UI panels, I'll have the same kind of panels. As the administrator, I have more panels. As a normal user, you have fewer, but any interaction with the game will be through this React Redux app, which is drawing all of these interfaces, and then I'm going to be drawing the game world in Phaser. So, gonna try to put this framework online next week. There's no game yet, that's why it's blank. But I've been working for the last 6 months building this mostly from scratch to be split between this browser-based front end, React Redux and Phaser, and then the back end, which is multiple servers. So there are 3 running. C++. So wrong stream, Goon Pontoon. So yeah, if you want to ask me any questions, that's fine. There's that game link brings you here that talks about what the inspiration was and some of the general topics I want to hit. I don't have any specific stories or characters yet, but I do have 2 hooks or things I want my game to have to make them stand out. These are overarching ideas. One is that I want the UI to change when you move from one area of the game to another. Similar game examples would be Evo Land or Mario Galaxy, and I want to tie the game heavily to the Twitch stream. So some ideas that came up really recently, I think I have them in my log, were, for example, let's see if I can find it. Right, Zwo came up with this idea. While I'm streaming, there might be a special quest in the game to find something, and it's only available when I'm live. So it's like a 4-hour window. It sort of attract you to the game if you're on the stream, or vice versa. If you're watching the stream, it would attract you to the game because there's extra stuff you can do while I'm streaming. And part of that also will be that that other link, that other page said, I'll be evolving the game live on stream. So you'll see my avatar in the game making areas of the game live. And, you know, right, that's ripe for stream sniping, of course, but it'll be interesting. Those are the 2 main hooks I'm going for. And this week I'm finishing up the tooling I need to track things like the state of the game. If I have anything in the email blacklist, the current players that are defining the game, and I'm just trying to get rough functionality. The style isn't polished yet. I'm actually not that great in CSS. I'm still learning that, so it looks kind of ugly, but trying to at least get functionally all the tools I need to moderate the game system, and then I'll open it up next week. Could do a delay anytime you're doing stuff like that. Oh, a stream delay? We'll see. I think I've been overthinking things a lot lately. I should just launch it and see. What's the worst that can happen is someone stream snipes in a bad way, and then I just have to log out, you know, and then I delete the VOD or something. So, it would be kind of entertaining. One idea I had was, you know, if I'm going to be in the game, maybe I'm invulnerable, but if you remember Ultima Online, at what point Richard Garriott was in his own game, and he thought he was invincible, but through some kind of exploit, someone managed to kill his character. It wouldn't be cool if I buried in the game somewhere some method of killing my character. Otherwise, I'd be invulnerable, and then that would be sort of a challenge to my stream, is find the method of killing my character, and then accomplish it live on stream, and then you get some kind of huge reward. I don't know. Maybe you get a free sub, or a free game. You'll have a raffle, or the equivalent of a raffle, right? So yeah, those are some ideas that I've been collecting, and let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to continue working today. I'm collecting statistics, so you can always go to the today command if you're not sure what I'm doing. And today is about collecting game stats, because I really want, when I start launching the game, I want to know this information, like how long the game's been running. If it's down, how long was it down for? When did a server crash? How many new accounts were created every hour? Were people banned by IP address? I have some DDoS protection, like did it get triggered, right? And I'm putting together collection and then reporting and then publishing it to me as an email every day. So I probably won't get all this done today, but we'll see how far I get. Yeah, in-game rewards are cool and easy for me to do. I could basically create my own currency. So kind of like how Adam has his light tokens, I can have like tokens you can use in the game for stuff. So people who give me nice ideas or correct me or just give me general feedback, which I always love to get, could earn rewards through the Twitch stream that could be employed in the game. So yeah, fun stuff I'm going to try to do. Okay, this was my lazy attempt to make an object. I'm just making a JSON value with associated mutex, and I am providing some functions I'm going to tunnel in. Actually, you know what? This is maybe going to lead to more trouble than it's worth. I should just make this an object. Yeah, let's make this an object. It's going to be an object with a get and a set, and it's going to be given to coordinator and executor because they're both going to track CPU metrics. Yeah, let's make it an official class. So let's make a new header file at this level. So new file. Hold on, is that the right level? Yeah. What are we going to call it? Shared. I'll just call it metrics. And pragma once. Let me actually pull some boilerplate from another file. How about players? Oh, that's old boilerplate. This much of it. There we go. File. Metrics. Feedback, yeah. I love feedback, whether it's constructive or not. Because if it's constructive, it's very valuable to me. If it's not constructive, at least it helps me grow a thicker skin. So, I guess as long as it follows the rules of that I place on the chat, which is pretty simply, don't be a dick. I'm allowed to be a dick because my name is Richard, so Dick is a nickname for Richard. I can be one, but unless you're named Richard, don't be a dick. All right, let me just clear this out. You got that, Rally Monkey. I pulled you out of lurkerdom, but with that stupid joke that I've just made. This is what? Let's just say this object is shared with various systems within the Realm server and used to collect and report various metrics, various statistics. Okay, so I don't need it to inherit game object, do I? No, this is not persistent. Right, so it's just going to have a report method. Return a JSON object containing the collected metrics. And clearing the metrics. Hold on, how do I say this? Return a JSON object, generate a JSON object containing the collected metrics, clearing. Okay, we'll say after this. Afterwards, clear the metrics, or really afterwards start over by clearing the metrics. I don't know how better to say it. A JSON object containing a report of the collected metrics is returned. Okay, JSON value is defined in JSON value HPP. Okay, and then I want to have just accumulate. So it's void, let's just say add. Const string key and then double value. Yeah, because it might not be just time, it might be some other quantity. Add the given value to the metric associated with the given key. All right, keep it simple and sort of abstract. This is the unique identifier of the metric to update. And value. This is the value to add to the given metric. No return value. Do I need anything else? I don't think so. So X all that out. Okay, I have unique pointer, so I need memory. And then I also used string, didn't I? And that's about it. Okay, so that is the makefile before I forget. Oh, I should probably have a test for it as well. Let me make a new test file. Metrics test. Plural. CVP. Source metrics test CVP, and then the main part. Include realm server metrics, HTTP. Source metrics. King, yeah. If I'm the king, my cat is the emperor, because His Imperial Highness makes demands that he expects to be met. All right, metrics test society metrics. I don't know where His Imperial Highness is. I think he's actually lounging on the heated pad right now. Just copying this for its boilerplate. Alright, I don't know what I'm gonna need here. Actually, I know I need mutex. Definitely need mutex. I probably don't need this anonymous namespace. This contains the private properties of the metrics instance. Yeah, sure. Okay. Let's just cut it off at that. Well, no, that we can keep that declaration. All right, and then I'll just have this is where the metrics are accumulated and from which reports are generated. JSON value metrics, or I don't want to use the same word. How about store? Call it the store. Don't know if I need methods in this thing, so I'm clearing that out. And then it just has report and add. And get rid of, well, okay, I want to copy some of this boilerplate. That thing, that mutex is copied. Okay, and then all this I can get rid of. It's metrics report and add. Okay. Yes, so here we're gonna move the code I've just done that. Copy that to here, and then instead of CPU, it's impl store. And instead of time, it's value. And then this can just include it now. Metrics. So this is a realm server metrics CPU. So then that what I want to be able to do is pass it to executor, needs it. Where do I add it? At the end? Oh, and it's shared, right? I'll just have it passed by reference. And then I need the coordinator also. Actually, this is held by a shared pointer, isn't it? Yeah, so I need to do the same thing. This is const auto CPU equals make a shared metrics. And then actually, why am I calling it CPU? Should I just call it metrics? Yeah, well, the cat got groomed and lost most of his fur, so now he's cold. So I would feel bad for him if he didn't have somewhere he can go to warm up. He's like constantly if he's not on his heating pad, he's constantly like shivering a little bit. I feel sad. Okay, there we go. So everywhere we make a executor or coordinator or mobilize it, we're going to have to give it some metrics now. So mobilize. His paws and his face are still fluffy, but not as fluffy. But the rest of him, it's almost like he's a white worm. Shared pointer to a metrics. This object is used to collect and report various game metrics, various server metrics. Okay, and let's, while I'm at it, I'll do the same thing for coordinator. Mobilize. White worm, yeah. At least that's what I think of it as. Because he's really skinny. Like, he's, what's the word? He's, I can't think of the word. Swole, that's it. He's pretty swole. Although he's getting old. So he's maybe losing some of his strength. But he's, in no way is he a fat cat. He's a thin, in-shape cat. Well, fortunately, he doesn't understand English. He only understands cat. Which is a problem because I don't really know cat. Okay. I have a lot of files, don't I? Finally, we're going to store that somewhere. Let's store it here. Hold, wait a minute. Yeah, realm server. A lot of variables in the shared properties of the executor. All right, and same thing in the coordinator. So I'm just gonna put it here. I think so. Yeah, because I'm gonna put CPU there. Okay, so now it's just metrics. And that goes here, right? And we're just gonna hold on to it. Impl metrics is metrics. And then demobilize, we want to let it go. So down here, I suppose. Okay, executor. Same thing. Does it have a demobilize? I don't think it does. Anyway. My cat has got like 3 modes. He's either asleep, he's wants something, or he is zoning. And when he wants something, he's very loud, and you have to try to figure out what he wants by where he moves when you go over to him. So he'll either move to the back door, or he'll move to his food spot, or he'll run around. And running around is he wants to play, and yeah. So it's that he demands it right now, though. If you don't get him what he wants, he'll just sit there and just meow, 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 and get louder and louder. Okay, this won't build because some of the unit tests are going to not know to pass metrics in, right? So I guess I'll just use compiler error-driven development to figure that out. So I need metrics in addition to mail queue. Probably need that elsewhere. Compiler error-driven development. Okay. It's not CPU. It is... I guess we're just calling it metrics, right? Yeah, let me go through and find all the CPU references. Make sure I change them all. Yeah, okay. That looks good. So we'll change it to metrics. 18 places across 4 files. Done. And then this is... It's there, but we have to ask it politely to report when we do that. Okay, so we make a report. Context is undeclared, so it's us, so it's our own instance ID. And why didn't this not compile down here? Is it on this leader ID? It's having trouble? I think I need to look at the error message closely. Report must return a value. Okay, I'll get that in a minute. No conversion from a list to a pair. There's a list here somewhere. I don't see a list. Missing punctuation somewhere? Oh, is it this? Is that the problem? Hold on. No conversion from initializer list. I'm missing something simple here, and I don't know what it is. Let me reduce this down. Okay, there was okay with it. Hey there, Spheris. How are you doing today? I have a bug here somewhere. I'm not sure where. Okay, I don't need to do this anymore. I guess I'll just uncomment these out one at a time until I see the problem. Is it the second one? Why does it have trouble with that? Its leader ID it had trouble with. Unsigned int. Is it that it doesn't know how to translate that? If I do int. Oh, interesting. That was it. It didn't know how to convert an unsigned int into a JSON value. Alright. I guess that makes sense. It didn't know how to convert it. It didn't know how to store it. So it didn't match any of the initializer list. It didn't match the initializer list constructor. Alright, so where is it failing to build now? Okay, here, yeah. I need to give this one a metrics now. And again down here? Yep. I got a lot of arguments to that function, don't I? Need to refactor that at some point. Okay, so this is a known issue that I don't care about. The metrics report must return a value. It's interesting, it doesn't get me there if I hit F8. I don't know why. I have to actually go there and find it myself. Alright, yeah, that's true. So it's not returning anything. So I think what I'm doing is I'm making a JSON value and swapping it. So JSON value, new metrics, or metrics, equal, then doing metrics swap. Oh, do I not have, I don't have swap for JSON values, that's right. I can do this, standard move, store, and then return it. And then impl store equals JSON object, a brand new object. Okay. Everything builds again, so let me run my unit tests. Oh, I'm sorry, Goon Pontoon, you said something 5 minutes ago I didn't see. So you said Monday you're actually pushing this to your site, right? Will we be able to make accounts? Yeah. So if all goes well, sometime next week, hopefully Monday. But I guess I should be realistic and think it'll probably take me a few days to work out the bugs. But yeah, as soon as I do that, you'll be able to make accounts. Yeah. Not that you'll be able to do much. This is literally what you'll be able to do. You'll be able to log in and see what email address you put in there and change stuff. Change your password, download your datas, report an issue, see any issues you reported, but log out, delete your account, that's about it. Oh, yeah. I thought about that, account squatting. I could preemptively register things in advance and then hand out the credentials. But yeah, that's more work. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with that. Alright, messaging has failed tests. They are failing because it's not actually sending it. Interesting. Let's go to that. This should have advanced that interval, so it should have gone in. Let me put a breakpoint in with this collection stuff. So it should get to here, right? If I run this in debugging mode. It never does. Okay. Why not? Does it get to here at all? It does. And then it goes again. Oh, I needed to run one loop first before I advance the clock. Yeah, okay. I know what I did wrong. So we have to have it move, run one loop. So I have this back end thing to do to make sure that that's done. So I'll do it in both places. There we go. Okay. Try again. Okay, now let's see. Where does it go? Does it get to here? No. Why not? Right, so the first sampling point is 0. Oh, it's going to stay at 0. Okay. Yeah, it's never going to start collecting from 0. Yeah, that's a problem. I have to advance it some small amount of time. It really doesn't matter. It's just arbitrary. How about 1? 1 second. And then that will be when it starts to collect data. Then we go to the interval. Yeah, okay, I got it. Okay, that worked. How about this one? Yay. It all works. So whatever stats I choose to collect will be accumulated and returned. So should we play around with that now? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to increment the login counter and set the term join time. I forgot to do that. Let's do the term join time. That's super easy. Can I build that into this test? I can, because there's a follower time. So what if I do this? Advance it 1. Then it becomes a follower, so that should trigger the setting of this term join time. And then we advance 1 more, and then we start collecting. And so I can expect a term join time of 1, right? Double for term join time. Build it into this test. So then that should fail. It'll be 0, right? It's 0. So to fix it, I gotta go to a raft, and I think there's one function that is called when we know who the leader of the cluster is. Oh, wait a minute, these are the tests. I need to go to the actual code. Announce leadership, I think? I think it's announce leadership. On-ref leadership changed, yeah. This is more appropriate. So if the leadership changes, then yeah, we're going to record it here. Time. Hold on. Is it not in... Oh, it's stored directly here, so it's time... What did I call it? Term join time. Term join time equals timekeeper get current time. There we go. To sample that when the leadership changes. Yay. Okay. And the other one was the login counter, right? Okay. I think I know how to do this. We need to add a test user. Let's actually add 2 test users. The moment this happens, we will, actually both these 2, I guess, we will have started collecting statistics, right? So yeah, what if I log in player 1 before? How do I log in again? Let's see. That would be, there's a login helper. Yeah, here we go. So I have to make a connection and then tell it to log in. Got it. All right. So before we advance the clock, but after we mobilize, we'll have player 1 log in as Alex, and then I'll have player 2 log in as Alex as the other user after we started. That'll start the measurement. Why am I advancing another second? I don't know. I don't need to do that. Yeah, I don't think I needed to do that. Anyway, that's where I want to log in player 2. That's 2, and then this is... Where am I? Oh, down here. Do I not have an initial password for player 2? Oh, it's the same one. Okay. All right, fine. And then they are Bob, not Alex. Are you sure I didn't need to do that? Not saying you did need to. Oh, that's okay, Goon. Goon Pontoon. I'm not sure exactly the context since I've been jumping around a lot. But if you're right, if I do run into a bug and I'm like, look back at chat, oh, Goon found it, and then you get credit. When I have a game, you'll probably get in-game currency for correcting me on stream. All right, so yeah, there's one login before we start tracking time in the metrics, and then so there should only be one. The login count should be 1, but there should be 2 people logged in. How do I say this? Total logins, but then so logins and clients. So there's 1 login. Logins will be 1, but then clients will be 2. Like current number of players playing, and then number of logins in the last minute. I acknowledge you, Goon. We'll start you off at, I don't know, 5 credits or something for all your past wonderful deeds. So this will fail because I'm not recording those at all. Actually, this should have worked. I'm surprised that didn't work. I wonder if it's because we are not the leader of the cluster. Let me see, what does login do if we're not the leader of the cluster? Oh, it should handle that. That's weird. It should have worked. So let me see what went wrong. It's not counting the number of clients correctly. It should have gone down to here, right? Well, actually, it will have hit this anyway. We can track it from there. So debug. All right. Leader is 1337. It's 61. There are no logins. But here, there are clients connected. Oh, there's one. Why come this only says one client connected? Huh. It'll count that. So it's one. One client, 0 logins. Why is it 1 and not 2? You've removed stuff before thinking you didn't need it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that happens to me occasionally, but it's usually small things. If it's a larger thing, I'll like stash it or check it in as a commit so I can get it back, you know. Yeah, why is it 0? Do I have the wrong key here? Clients. Weird. Wait a minute, now that's breaking too? Oh, there's a login. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. How do I clear that? Oh, I gotta reset it. I gotta reset it here. That's why. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Looking at the wrong message. Okay, now it's... I need to find out why it only logged one of those players in and not the other one. Because I did add both of them. Strange. ID 2, Bob. And I did check to make sure the password for Bob is the same password. Actually, it doesn't even matter, does it? Yeah. This login, really the only thing that matters is this finish login. I think. It'll go there and publish that it logged in. I guess I gotta step through this and see what happened. Debug. Oops, I skipped over it. Start over again. All right. Start login. It didn't disconnect. Finish login. Oh, wait. It jumped over it. Oh, interesting. It's here, it jumped over that. Oh no, okay, that was if it didn't match. So it does log them in. So this publish, is it not counting correctly? Let me look. That was where an auth? No. Oh, it should have been okay. I'm getting confused. It loops through this client's. For some reason, that is, it's only one client when it gets to this point, and there should be 3, right? No, there should be 2. Why is there only 1? What happens if I do comment this out? How many clients do we have now? 1. And which client is it? So it's player 1. So when player 2 logs in, it logs out player 1? Why would it do that? Is it this ID? It's being reused? Let me see if that's the problem. Oh yeah, look at that. ID is 1 again. So what sets that ID? Log in. Oh, don't know what I'm working on? I'm trying to arrange a test where 2 different players log in simultaneously. And for some reason, the game under test is thinking that this second player's connection replaced this first player's connection, even though they should be separate, because I separated them. And so I made a connection for player 1, another connection for player 2, and I'm using their connections with the correct IDs, but it's somehow making player 2's connection use the same ID as player 1's connection. Maybe it's in this add connection. Buried in here somewhere. I wonder if it has to do with this string. That's the client ID. I wonder if it's something like that. Let me look and see. That would be in here. On WebSocket, on new WebSocket from public. No, I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the tests. I need to go back to the code. On WebSocket, where is it? It's on new something, right? On new incoming connection. It might be this IP address. Okay, let's just trace it. This one, this test. Run the debugger. Okay, so here's the first connection. Let me look at the stack trace here. It's the peer connection. Oh, it is. It's a guard against simultaneous connections from the same address. That's what it is. So yeah, we remember who is connected from what IP address. The IP address is mock client. Okay, that's what's going on. So right when I go through this a second time, it's gonna find it in the list. And okay, I don't have a no. There's no. Okay, it's not that because there is no max. If max is 0, then it doesn't care. It does track the number of connections based off of an address, though. So the first one will get ID 1. Oh, no, wait a minute. This is the second. Oh, no, the ones that get IDs are the public connections. So the first public connection got 1. And then here's the second player. They connect in. They get 2. Clients is 1 entry, and now it is 2. Okay, at some point, though, it dropped one of them. Oh, wait a minute. I know why. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't. I don't know why. So at this point, it has 2 client connections, but later it dropped down to 1. I need to find out why. Why would it? Yeah, this is all mocked, so the IP address is just mock client. I guess I could find where I erase stuff out of the clients and put a breakpoint there. Yeah, I could put a breakpoint here and see when that's happening. That's the only place I do it, right? Yeah. Let's just go. Okay, there's where it's happening. Why is it happening? Authentication timeout? Why is it an authentication timeout? It didn't authenticate correctly as a player. Where are we in the main program? We're advancing the time. So it should have authenticated it. So I guess the authentication failed. Oh boy. Why would it fail? Yeah, I do that from occasionally, Goon Pontoon. It's my brain is just leaps to conclusions sometimes. I'm like, oh, I know why, and then my brain says, oh no, that was wrong. That wasn't it. Yeah, so there's an authentication timeout happening. It's like it didn't authenticate. So it's hanging up on one of those 2 mock users. Why? Can I look at that record and see? Okay, it's player 2. Didn't authenticate correctly. So I will see this where? In the auth system? On login executed? Because if it's successful, it'll go here and set it. So that's not happening for some reason. So let me put a breakpoint there. And we will debug again. Get to the bottom of this. Okay, I don't need this anymore. Okay, there's the first client, right? Right. So successful login. So here's the second one. It comes in. Wait a minute. It's logging in the first one twice? What is this login? Hold on. It sure looks like that's what it's doing. Player ID 2. Client ID 1. Wait a minute. Why is client ID 1? What? Wait a minute. Is that the bug? They're both set to 1? Why are they set to 1? Context. Actually, I'm not sure where the context is. Oh no, it's there. Client ID is 1. And player 2, client ID. Okay, they both have a client ID of 1. That's the problem. That shouldn't happen. Why is that happening? Where do I set this client ID? Am I just never setting it and it's just initialized to 1? Why? Why did I do that? Is that because I don't know what it is? Okay, that's what it is, I think. I'm just never setting it, so it's defaulting to 1. So we're using that ID in the message that we're in the command to the game that we're doing to do a login, and it's getting confused. Okay, I think what I need to do is I need to have a variable that increments whenever we call this, and this is not true. And it needs to be for the whole frame. Yeah, okay, so in the fixture, I need to store the next client ID. Let's put it somewhere. This is as good a place as any, right? I'll just put it here. Next public client ID is 1. I just saw something like, yeah, it was that. It was that it was defaulted to 1 and then never changed. This equals 1. That's the problem. They're all 1. They're all it's all 1 and it can't always be 1. It should be the next one and then we increment it for the next time. Oh, did I have it defined as a const? Yeah, it's not a const. So now they'll be unique. I really hope no test dependent on that not incrementing. Now it's 0. Okay, let me get it down to this point. Actually, I guess I can look at the command now. Oops, it's 2, not 1. Why? Oh, because I didn't check if it's public or private. If not private. Client IDs are not needed for private connections between servers. Okay, finally. So now we're just down to the login counter, which I did not do yet. Man, let me run the other test to make sure I didn't screw anything else up. That bug has been in there a while then. I must not have a whole lot of unit tests that make more than one player connection simultaneously. Because they wouldn't have worked. Yep, it's fun to debug strange corner cases, isn't it? Okay, nothing else broke, so that's good. All right, let me check that in separate. It's probably not so fun for you guys because I'm kind of skipping a lot of explanation because I'm more familiar with the code I wrote, and also the code is not very well refactored, so it looks ugly. And so I kind of made leaps and conclusions there without explaining. It's in the tests, right? So that's part of the fix. Check that in. Oh, Street Sweeper is here. That's good. Need that variable. And that's it. It's to make sure that the client IDs are unique for every connection added in the test. So fix bug in client IDs in tests not being unique. Yeah, that's true. It's very unlikely anyone's following me along closely to know what I'm doing. Yeah. I think it'll be more interesting to viewers when I'm actually doing content that you can immediately see the context of, like you actually see the game world. When you're just looking at code, it's very abstract, and it's the sum of a lot of individual pieces, and I'm not showing you all the pieces at once, and so it's hard to see. All right, so the last thing was the login counter, right? So I don't think a whole lot of people actually follow along that closely, to tell you the truth. I think like if I was doing an art stream, I think that's why art streams get more viewers in general, is that the artists, what they're doing is immediately, like the context is obvious because you can see the canvas they're drawing in. And so it's very much more, it's very much easier to follow them because you can tell what they're doing at a glance. Whereas with code, it's hard to see at a glance what I'm doing. Yeah. I guess us coding streamers have to keep audiences entertained other ways, like having flashbang and light tokens and in-game currency and stuff like that. Or just chatting about random tech things once in a while. Where am I? I'm lost. I am testing when it's received. Yes. No. That it's sent, and that is done by the this code up here. Right. Okay. It's this login counter. I'm not incrementing that, and that should be a pretty easy one. That's on login success, I think it's called. On successful login. I just increment that counter here, right? Because it's called from a couple different places. It's called if you log in with the password reset token. It's called if you log in normally with a token or a password. And it's also called when you create your account initially. So all 3 points funnel to unsuccessful login. So here I can just increment that number. As long as it succeeded. Oh, so it'll fail if you're already logged in. So here's where it's definitely succeeding. So here I'll increment it. So login counter plus login counter. There we go. Easy peasy. Uh-oh, my light just turned off. Hold on a second. I have like a loose cord for that little light up there that you can't really see, but to help improve the lighting, I have an extra light there and it's plugged into a very loose cord and it fell out. All right. Still failing. Okay, because it tracked 2 logins. Actually, that will happen, won't it? I need to do it before... Actually, what I want to do is reset the counter when we start tracking it. So this equals 0 down here should actually be moved down to here. So we don't count logins that happened before we were tracking anything. No? It's still 2. This not get... Oh, we had an early return. Okay. Yeah, I really just want to do nothing here. And have it fall through and then do that. I just don't like the ugliness of having an empty if. Actually, I know what I can do. I can turn it around. and nest it. Yeah, we can nest it. There we go. That's maybe better. Yay. Hooray. Okay, so that will collect stats and put them in the log every minute. So I can test this. Actually, the interval's selectable, right? So I could set it to do it every 5 seconds if I really wanted. And I can just see it accumulate. So maybe I'll do that right now. We will tell the cluster to collect it every 5 seconds. So those will sure are a lot of snapshots. In this configuration file, there's a snapshot, a stats update interval. If I set that to 5 and then run the cluster, I should start collecting those stats. There we go. So every 5 seconds, it should collect more statistics in the journal. So, okay, it's already collected a few, but they are invalid. So I messed up the metrics somehow. Oh, no, now they're valid. And it got a login that happened to server 11. Oh, that's cool. So server 11, someone logged in. I guess that's this one? Yeah, so server 11 had a login. Okay, so the initial metrics were not valid. And then they became valid. I'm not actually storing anything in there. It captured that one login there. And why are these report times 10? 10. What's 10? Why does it say 10? This is still updating, right? I click away and click back into it. So the times are correct for server 10. Is that because server 10 is the leader? Yeah. So follower times are not correct right now. Okay, thanks for watching, Goon Pontoon. Have a great evening as well. Getting there. The times are not correct for followers. They are just 10 for some reason. Why would they be 10? Oh, I think I know why. I remember I saw that as a bug. I didn't fix it. Let me go fix it. It was in the construction of these messages. Where was it? Not there. It was in the message, in the receipt of the message, I think. Yeah. See that? Copy pasted. There we go. Fixed, I hope. So let's monitor 10 again. Too bad I have to click and click back. After 5 seconds, it should... Okay, there we go. Oh, they're still wrong. Why are they wrong? Did I not build? Am I just being dumb? Yep, just being dumb. Gotta actually build it before you run it. Okay, run it. Suppose I should fix that the first reports are invalid JSONs. I probably because I didn't initialize the store correctly. Okay, looks good actually. So every 5 seconds, all 3 servers will generate up report. And we can see that, which server is this? Server 12 has a client connected, which matches this login, right? Server 12, yeah. Okay, cool. And if I were to log out, it would show up there as a logout, or it go back to 0. Which window is it? This one. Log out. So now if I wait, the next report will be that is 0. Yep, 0. Went from 1 to 0. And then logins captured the login once, right? Nice, okay. So I just need to fix the initial metrics to be valid JSON. So that's probably in the metrics object. I probably didn't initialize that right. Yeah, I didn't. Look at that. That needs to be a JSON object. Empty object. There we go. All right. One more time. Cool. So they're initially empty. Nice. All right. So maybe what I want to do next is actually put metrics in there. So this is maybe a little bit more of a fun thing. I will go through the list of what I wanted to collect. Right. So the measuring the beginning and ending time of handling any WebSocket message. So let's do that. So let's stop the cluster because it's going to collect a lot of needless stuff. And let's go to where we actually get any kind of message that's on WebSocket text. So essentially, I want to record the time at the beginning and ending of this, and then add it to the metrics. The only thing is that there's a lot of early returns. So maybe what I want to do is go one level up from here. Here. Although that doesn't grab a mutex, though. Does it matter? I guess it doesn't really matter. So I could sample the current time, then do the handling, then sample the time again, take the difference and add that to the metric. Like this. Actually, is context all I need? Yeah, because context has the coordinator. We should be good, right? Coordinator has the metrics. So const auto time start is context coordinator timekeeper get current time, and then time end, and const auto total, time total, time end. It's not total, right? It's like duration. Time end minus time start, and then we log that. So that's context coordinator metrics add, and then we get to make a key here. What key do I want? How about message MSG, and then duration. Cool. That should be all I need to do to track how much CPU time is spent handling messages. Let's see if I did that right. So run the cluster again, and we should right away start to see that in the game journal. I did it right. There we go. So this is over 5 seconds. It took 1 second for server 10 to process messages. Who's the leader? 10. So the leader took out 1 out of 5 seconds to process messages, and then the other servers didn't take so long. And so that was just at the startup, and then it got a lot more quiet. So okay, there we go. All right, that's our first metric. How much CPU time is spent processing messages? Processing messages is the bulk of what the coordinator does. The next metric will be coordinator's worker thread. All right, so let's do that next. Now, why do I have this sending in there? Oh, look, it decided to do a snapshot. Auto snapshot. So it started over. Yeah, these aren't actually accumulating anywhere, so they won't be in the snapshot yet. I should remove this sending thing, though. Let me find out where that's being done. Sending. Why did I do that? Oh, I think that was... When did I do that? Did I do it this morning? I don't remember writing this. Did I just copy that from somewhere else? Oh, wait a minute. This is all... This shouldn't be in here. This is copy pasted from somewhere else. Yeah. This is wrong. Should not be doing that. And that was probably copy pasted from somewhere else too. Okay, yeah. That's the problem. Extra code snuck in there and I didn't notice. Alright. So, second metric. Coordinator worker thread. So I'm going to take that first... The code I just wrote in... Where did it go? I don't remember what it was, so I'm going to look for duration. Duration equals... There it is. So, that code snippet. You know what I could do is make a helper. Should I make a function that does this? Called like track or track with metrics or do with metrics? Nah, let's not do that yet. That might be a future refactoring. Anyway, the worker thread is where I want to put code like that. So that's here, right? So a lot of the time the worker thread is sitting around waiting. I don't want to count that. What I want to count is the time between when it wakes up and when it's about to go back to sleep. So I will end up collecting the end time at the bottom. Collect the start time at the top. And then the body is what we're actually tracking. So this is what is that? Impl? Or no, it's this. I can just delete that. And then we'll call this metric worker. Actually, there are going to be two workers, right? So this is C worker. I'm going to abbreviate it because otherwise it's just bloat. C-work. And I guess while we're at it, we'll add it to the executor as well. So the executor has its own worker thread. There. And here's where it waits, and here's where it wakes up and does something. I'm just making sure there's no continues in here, because that would screw things up. Okay, there's no continues. So there's the start, and then the end. Down at the bottom. And I'm not storing the metrics. I need to do that. And this is going to be E work. Just making sure there's no sleeps. We don't want to count time where we're asleep. That's important. You only want to count time for a thread that's actually doing work and not sleeping. Blocking is okay. You can count that. Because technically you don't really expect to block for more than the time it takes for a critical section to be done, which hopefully shouldn't be that long. And I suppose it doesn't, if we counted extra CPU time for that, then that's fine because it just helps critical section problem, like time lags show up easier. Okay, that metrics needs to be, metrics and timekeeper, I need to get access to them. I think was it shared? Oh, hold on. The executor might not have a timekeeper. Yeah, that's a problem. We're gonna have to give the executor a timekeeper. Hey there, James. Fight you in real life? You're free. You just sent your 18,000 word thesis to the professor for, oh, congratulations. You must feel really good. Congrats. The executor doesn't have a notion of time. This is a problem because I want to have timing functions in here. So what am I going to do? I guess I'm going to pass in a timekeeper. Okay. So what does the coordinator say when we're passing in the timekeeper? I don't even see it. How come was it set differently? It is. Yeah, okay. Are we gonna do it that way? Asking myself this. I guess so. So we'll have, let's move these around slightly. Yeah, so let's have executor set timekeeper. Okay. It's just when we test the executor, it's going to have to, we're going to have to set the timekeeper when we test it. Even though we don't need one. Because its worker thread is going to go to the timekeeper. Okay, fine. Executor will have a set timekeeper as well. Which means I should include the same interface, which is this one, down here. And let's implement it the same way that it's done for the coordinator. I don't see it in my list. Set timekeeper. Where are you? Here you are. Paste, and then just copy it over, and then this one has an extra level of indirection. Okay, so executor. So looks like I was putting it near the front of the object. Doesn't really matter where. I put it anywhere I want. But we put it here. So we need to include again the same header. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, because it's shared, it's not within the scope, so I need to scope it within that namespace. Okay. All right, and then I just need to make sure I call it from the unit tests for executor. Executor tests. So this needs to have something like the coordinators tests. Common here. Had like a set timekeeper, or timekeeper? Mock timekeeper? Yeah, one of these guys. Need the similar thing up here. Mock timekeeper. And then we'll have one, and we'll pass it in. So this, and this guy's set up the same thing. Actually, setup's not the right one. In his list of things. So we'll add it, I don't know, right here. And then we just need to set it like it's set here. Set time. common CPP, set timekeeper, right? And that's done in setup, right? Yep. So executor test setup, same thing. Can do it anywhere. I'll do it down right here. And that is executor. Hey there, Funchy. How's it going? Oh, that's right. This just declared it, didn't it? And I need to actually fill it in. Get current time. Yeah, it just returns it. There we go. Why does it say HTTP? That's wrong. Yeah, that's wrong. All right, fixed. Make sure that I didn't screw up any of my tests by running them all. And at the same time, I can actually run the whole cluster. Now we should see some extra stats show up, right? If I did this right. In the game journal should just show up here. Hey, there we go. So now we're getting not only how much time is spent processing messages, we're seeing how much time is spent in the coordinator's worker thread. I don't see the executor's worker thread though. Oh, did I copy it and not change the symbol? No, it is E work. So how come it doesn't show up there? Huh. Is it just never waking up and running? That's possible. You're to learn some HTML through a video series that have been made in 2012. I think PHP would be outdated. Yeah. The HTML5, they just added a whole bunch of new elements to clean things up. A lot of stuff that went from X HTML and HTML4, it's still valid. So you'll be learning some things that are a little bit out of date. I think the PHP will be very out of date, right? But you'll probably still learn a lot of things that are still relevant. See, if you learn that, then you just need to brush up on what's changed. And the worst case would be part of what you learned was completely irrelevant now. Hopefully it won't be too much though. Most of the core concepts haven't changed. Like the element DOM tree and just the basics of PHP, I think haven't really changed. I'm not an authority on PHP though. I was expecting to see the E work here, but I'm not seeing it. And how come that didn't run? That's weird. Run it again, please. Thick accent, huh? Good luck. Unfortunately, I don't know PHP well enough. Is this crashing? Is that why it's doing that? Let me watch this more carefully. It's crashing at some point, right? Okay, I'm going to run these individually until I find the one that's crashing. Aha. Unexpected error. Let's debug it. Hold on, what? Null. Why is impl null? Metrics is empty. Why would metrics be empty? Why? Why would it be empty? Where are we in the main thread here? It's being destroyed. Hmm. Is it because it's going through the demobilize? It gets to the end. Yeah, it's on the deconstruction. I forget now. Does this have a cleanup or teardown? It has a teardown that causes. Oh, it does call that. Okay, I bet I know what it is. It is dropping the metrics object while things are still running. And that's why I have this code smell. Yeah, okay, so... So really, I should be careful in that callback that I give the WebSocket. Where was that? Here. I should make sure that that is not null. Oh, this is going to be tricky too, because this doesn't even get the mutex to guard it. I could get the mutex just to guard that lookup. That's maybe what I'll do. Hey there, Bugfound. How you doing? I'm adding statistics gathering in the game. And I just have a little bug on cleanup that's causing some crashes right now that I'm fixing. Yeah, so here's what I need to grab. If I go back a few. Yeah, so we need to protect access to that object, or that reference really, so I'll do it. Actually, I can just do that, right? And replace impl with that. And then I have to say if it's not null, because we might have revoked the metrics object by that point. I'm hoping that that's what it is. Okay. So it's a teardown issue. Watching for 22 nerve-wracking seconds to make sure nothing broke. No, we're good. Okay. So let's run this again. And then back to the other issue, which is I added metrics in the executor and I wasn't seeing them. And I was wondering why I'm not seeing them. And I closed the file. Okay, let me just close everything here. Stage. Any one of these will be collecting these metrics now. So go to its journal. Yeah, so I have the coordinator's worker thread time. How do I show this without it jumping around? Coordinator's worker thread time and the messaging, but there's no executor work metrics. I don't know why. Yeah, you have atomic in C++, 11. The problem is, or I already closed it, it's not an atomic operation what I'm doing. So let me go back to it. Source. Was it here? No, it was messaging. Shouldn't have closed it. Yeah, so this thing is a shared pointer, and it's dereferencing that shared pointer. So, I don't know, can you make a shared pointer atomic? The thing is, if it could be null, so I need to check if it's null and then call, and then dereference it. So, I don't think you can do that with an atomic. This is really quick. I don't mind having a little bit of extra stuff here. And in fact, I was thinking of taking the whole body here and pulling it out as a helper, because this is the thing that changes. This is just collecting, doing timing, right? So this should be just be a decorator for calling this logic. So if I refactor it, that's what it'll do. It'll have a preamble, then do the thing we're wrapping, and then do the postamble. Okay, what I don't understand is I should be adding these eWork metrics, and I'm not seeing that ever. I think it might be it's stuck in this wait. It's just the executor worker thread is never running. To make it run, I'd have to do something like force a snapshot. So I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Okay, have a good stream, Spheris. Good luck on the sword. The awesome sword that you're building. If anyone would like to see some awesome work in Blender, you should check out Spheris' stream, where a sword is being built directly from the mind of Spheris. Got materials, you got meshes, it's all fun stuff. Right, this journal won't collect any metrics on the executor unless the executor is actually running. I guess I'm gonna have to force a snapshot to see that. So let's do it. Force a snapshot. All right. That's interesting. It didn't actually force a snapshot, did it? It is doing a snapshot. Why is the old game journal not getting reset, though? Is that because I had it pinned? Well, that's wacky. How come it's not getting reloaded? This will cause corruption. Well, no, it won't really cause corruption, because it's not going to reprocess that journal. Something is holding the file open? Is that what's going on? Let me see. Can I drop this file now? Let me look at the other servers. The snapshotting should have... oh no, it's not clearing the file out anymore. Why would that happen? Okay, that's worrying. The snapshotting is not clearing the journal file out anymore. Can't you, without grabbing the midtext, take a weak pointer to the object, then you'll only have to check. Yeah, if it was. That's true. Sample it, in other words, and then use the sample. Yeah, I'm not really concerned too much because it shouldn't take that much time. But yeah, you could do something like that. If I held it as a weak pointer, not a strong, then the lock of the weak pointer would be atomic, right? And would sample it at the same time. Okay, so here there is eWork. It's so the reason why I wasn't seeing the executor's worker thread stats is because it wasn't even running. When it does run, then we see how long it's taking to run. Okay, that's fine. So now the more worrying problem is, why is the journal not being rotated correctly? What would cause that to happen? I mean, it's literally renamed, I thought. And so this should be a new file every time. Why would it not be a new file every time? I don't know. Let's run it again. Okay, let me try to rotate it now. Rotate. Okay, there it rotated. Weird. Rotate again. Okay, there it did not rotate. What the heck is going on? I suppose if it could be because it's being written to at the time. No, nothing was committed in the meantime. What the heck is going on? Yeah, the new journal has entries in it. Why does the new journal have so many entries in it? It's like it's not committing those entries. It's appending them, but they're not getting committed. Why would that be true? Yeah, they're not being committed for some reason. They're being replicated but not committed. Why would that happen? Because we're stuck on 2189 and we're not advancing. What happens if I try to log in? The cluster. Okay, and now what happens if I snapshot it? Now it did it. Advance to 2295. Could it be because the executor doesn't do anything with that command? Weird. Okay, so if every time I snapshot now, it's not advancing the committed entry. It's just collecting stats and not advancing. But if I do anything like anything that would work, like I don't know, let's change my email address or something, and then commit, then it does advance. Weird. Let's put it back. It's gotta be something simple like, could it be that the executor just, it needs to actually execute before, no? Let me look. I'm missing something simple again. See, if it can't find an entry in the table, it will just ignore the commit. Ah, but oh, that's why. Okay, this index last committed to main state is important. So it's committed, it's just not going to collect it for the snapshot. I see. So it's that this shouldn't be in that if. This goes outside of that if. It doesn't matter if we executed the command or not. It's committed. It's committed just by the fact that we got a commit callback. Yeah, so that's the bug. Do I want a unit test for that? How would I check? I would check that we get a publish even if there's no executor. If the executor doesn't care about the command. This is a really strange corner case though, because I will want the executor to do something with that command in a minute. I think I'm just gonna fix it. It's not worth it to me to make a unit test for it. Too much work. Okay, so yeah, if we don't need to execute the command, the results are going to be null. So I should just define it up here, JSON value results, and then just say results equals, and then it's defined there. There we go. Oh, you just missed me fixing silly bugs. No, you didn't miss much. I had a silly bug where the snapshots stopped working. Oh, I have a crash. This is bad. This is what happens when you have crashes. Startup death crashes is that they just constantly crash. I probably did something silly here. Actually, why would that be a problem? Huh. I bet a unit test would catch it. The test didn't catch it, and I don't feel like making a test for it right now. Sanitizer, huh? Undefined behavior sanitizer. Oh, so it will check if your code relies on undefined behavior, and it'll tell you? That's kind of cool. That would catch a lot of bugs, right? Okay, so my tests aren't catching whatever's causing the crash right now. Let me verify that it's this change that's causing the crash by undoing this. And then I should see that crashes stop happening. If the crashes still happen, it's something else. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. There's a little bit of disagreement on the log entries between servers. I wonder if they're in sync now. I think it's because of the crashing. Looks like they're in sync again. Okay, so moving this code around is causing a crash. What would that be caused by? The results having a default of undefined, maybe? So what if I set that to null pointer? Nope, that wasn't it. Okay, I suppose I can just run in the debugger. So I have two servers that have crashed, 10 and 11. I can flip over to the debugger and do this attach to process, and then just pick one of them. How about 11? And then I hit the retry button, which goes into the debugger, and we can see where the bug is. Oh, yeah. What am I doing? I don't want to do that if it can't be executed. Yeah, okay, that's what the problem is. And it's going to continue crashing until I stop the orchestrator. There we go. All right, so the bug is this check has to be repeated. Right, so we execute the command in the main state, and then if a snapshot is I think this is saying if, what's this journal again? What's this? Snapshot state, what is that again? To use to form journal snapshots. Why do I have not, if not journal? Oh, right. If we have a journal for the snapshot state, that means we're forming a new snapshot. And if that's true, we don't want to change the snapshot state. We don't want to execute commands. We want to just collect it up in that journal and not execute them. Actually, that means that there's another place where this happens. It was here. Yeah, advance the snapshot journal. That's okay, though. Okay, so I think we're good. Yeah, there's some complicated dance that we have to do if we're collecting journal entries while we're making a snapshot, because we don't know how long it'll take to make a snapshot. So while it's making a snapshot, it stops executing commands in the snapshot lane, for so to speak. The main lane continues, the snapshot one pauses until we're done with the snapshot, and then it fast forwards, and once it catches up, then we flip to the new journal. Okay, so let's test this out. I'll let it collect some entries for the stats, which don't need to be executed, but still need to be included in the snapshot, so to speak. So it's all of these. All of these are collecting metrics. So if I snapshot, that should all go away. Except for these. And then if I hit it again, yeah, okay, so it is collecting them even though they don't need to be executed anymore. And the cool thing now is we can see how much CPU time it took to do that snapshot. 1/4 second in a debug build. Cool. See, anyway, this is what I've been working on today, is collecting these stats. I want to do them once per minute, but for debugging now I'm doing them once every 5 seconds. So within a 5-second interval, we're measuring 3 things right now. How many seconds it took to process incoming messages, how many it took to do housekeeping in the coordinator, and then housekeeping in the executor. And the executor housekeeping only happens if we're doing snapshots, so you can see there's only eWork in a few places, and other places the executor never even ran. It stayed asleep, so there was no time accounted for it. And we're also collecting whenever we have a client connected, and how many logins happened. So when this first started, there should have been a login. So there's a login here right after the login. Okay, I think we're ready to check this in. This is a good check-in spot. We're not executing it yet, but we're constructing them and including them in the journal. And the interval is set by default to a minute. Oh, I never made tests for metrics? Let's go ahead and do that. Metrics is such a simple class. I didn't think about making unit tests for it. Metrics tests. So let's pick another simple one like assets tests. Metrics tests. All right. Yeah, okay, so it's the methods that we want to test. If I look at its interface, it has report and add. So I guess we'll just have a simple all-in-one test. Add and report. So we'll take the metrics, lowercase, and yeah, let's test the initial report. Let's make a empty report test. What's that gonna have? It's gonna be an empty object, so that's easy. So expect equal JSON object empty object if we do metrics report and then add and report. So we'll add something. Let's add let's have add and report single metric single value. So add foo 12.3. So we will expect foo 12.3, right? And why does it have a problem with that? Oh, because the syntax here is there's an extra set of braces. All right. I can now add and report single metric two values. Two values. So we'll add two things together. So 12.3 and 0.4 is 12.7. And then let's have add and report two metrics. So it'll be foo and bar. And so foo, here's where it might be more convenient to put that on its own line, because I can then have the bar here as 0.4. And let's make it a little bit more interesting by adding 1.1, so that's 1.5, and not adding it to that. And these need commas. Okay, and then a final one I think I want to have is report clears metrics. So if I do a report and ignore it, then the next report I ask will get me an empty report. There we go. So now I have metrics tests. Metrics tests. Oh, I failed one of them. Oh, that's floating point error, isn't it? Okay, so like hovering over it indicates there's some error when we do floating point arithmetic. What do I want to do to fix that? We'll do a expect near. And it's value 1, value 2 error. So it's 12.7 and then metrics report dereference foo interpret as double. And then the near will be, I don't know, something like that. They don't have to be exact. I might have the same problem with that. But it is passing. But let me preemptively fix that. So we'll just have two nears here. Oh, and I need to make sure I only get the report once. So const auto. Because getting the report clears the metrics. So that's report. Like that. So 12.3 and 1.5 for foo and bar. There we go. Assert double equal. Oh, is it actually built in? Expect. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. I'll use that. Thank you, bug found. You're awesome. Oops, it should be expect double equal. Then I don't need the precision then? That's sweet. Oh, I don't even need to do the casting. I'm gonna do the cast anyway. Because it's really not a double to begin with, it's a JSON value. And we're telling it with that we want to convert it to a double. Awesome. See, bug found's very awesome. Plus 1 point for bug found. Bug found's probably going to begin the game with the most in-game credit. You're quite on your way to having bug found realm within all the realms. You got to start thinking about what you want to have in your own zone. Probably lots of bugs, right? Like creepy crawly bugs. Maybe even real logic bugs that we just keep in the game because, you know, you're bug found. I feel like adding metrics by itself would be a good idea. So let me do that. Add the metrics tests, add metrics, and its header. Where are you? Here. And then add the lines for the makefile that are just for the metrics. So add that line and that line. And then there's another CMake list, right? This one. That whole thing. Now, there shouldn't be metrics in any of these other files. That's a stats update command. So this just defines metrics class. So we'll say add metrics class. Done. And then next one, let's do the stats update. Just its definition. So we'll do that one. These two new files. Not those. You guys hear that? Someone in the house yelled. Hey there, Cthulhu. How's it going? I'm doing the right thing here and checking in my code. I'm adding built-in metrics in the game right now. Okay, this was adding the stats update command. Actually, the main program needs to. I need to check in this single line. That's important. That goes along. Any command added needs to be added to the make file, and needs a header and a CPP and the body. Oh, where's the header? Where's that header? Oh, there's the unit test. Let's pull that in. Where's the header for it? Oh no, that is the header. Never mind. Header, CPP, the tests, the registration in the main program, and the makefile. There we go. Gold star for the day. It was audible. Oh, you heard. So you heard. You heard the yell. Okay. So this check-in, actually, it's going to be a bunch of things. It's adding the metrics to the coordinator and the executor and publishing them to the journal. What it is. And then we're setting a interval, a collection interval to a minute by default. Okay, so let's put all that in and say add metrics collection and reporting to the journal. We don't actually accumulate the stats yet. We're just putting them into the journal and they are being filtered out. Oh, hold on. Before I push that, I wanted to amend that to take part of it out and check it in specially. That was the executor fix, right? This code here, I want to unstage that because that I want its own in its own commit. This one was a bug that I didn't feel like making a test for, and that's if there is a command the executor doesn't care about, it should still publish its execution even if it didn't need to execute anything. And that was to fix the problem where it wouldn't ever include it in the snapshot. So fix bug in executor. if a command, if the executor doesn't care about a command, it should still publish its execution and include it in the next snapshot. All right, garbage collect and push that. Collecting oh, for the data? Sweet, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I'm not going to make anything from scratch to do data collection. I mean, data visualization. But, collecting, I am doing a little bit, right? So, I do want to actually collect a file and email myself the file. But yeah, the visualizing, I'll probably use something like that to do that. Okay, I think I'm done with all this. We're collecting statistics. The statistics look kind of cool. Let me go find them again. And right now it's collecting them every 5 seconds. Oh, I stopped it though, didn't I? No, it's still running. So if I were to look at any of these journals, we could see all these nice statistics here about how many seconds per 5 seconds it's taking to do housekeeping and then message processing. It's kind of a lot, but it is a debug build. So this is out of 5, so a quarter second every 5 seconds is pretty significant, but it is a debug build. So what I'll be looking at this for the production is if these numbers add up to more than like the interval itself, then we're running 100% CPU, and then I'll be in trouble. So I'm collecting them. So the next thing I want to do was this wrap-up, which is basically accumulating statistics and then every hour dumping them to a file. So I guess what I'll work on next is the accumulation. We'll just accumulate it constantly, and we'll include it in the snapshot. So that means I need to have a game object which will be serialized out to the snapshot that has the statistics in it. Accumulated statistics. So this is a new game object. How much time do I have? I have a half an hour left. I wonder if I should actually save this for another day. And work on something that'll only take a half an hour or less. I guess I can get started. I'm not going to be able to finish it though. New game object, alright. Realm server. This stuff takes always longer than I think it will take. But if I get through this and only this week, I'll still be happy. We'll launch with just this and nothing more, and then add stuff as we go after it's launched. Okay. What do we want to call the game object? Game stats or something? Actually, what if I just build it into metrics? Make metrics a game object. Then it's serving dual purpose, but they're both related to each other. What do you use to collect the CPU usage times? Oh, I'll show you. It's not that elaborate. It's pretty simple. So for example, for processing messages that are incoming, right? That's in the messaging. And so the delegate we give to the WebSocket whenever a text message comes in. So we just ask the timekeeper, what's the current time? Then we call the delegate that handles the incoming message. And so that does a heck of a lot. Like all of the logic that the coordinator does is either in its own worker thread or here. And after we're done with whatever it is, we ask the timekeeper, what's the time now? Subtract the 2, that's a duration, and then just add that. And that accumulates in that metrics, because the metrics will literally just add them together. And then at the interval end, so if it's 5 seconds, after 5 seconds, it just dumps that number back out, that report. So then I can divide the sum by the interval and get a rough, but close enough, you know, accurate enough estimate of how much CPU time it took. I just have to make sure that this function does not ever sleep or block for too long, because that the real time of it sleeping and blocking gets included just by the fact that it's just when did we start and when did we finish, the difference between the two. That's how much time. So it's not any more elaborate than that. In fact, I was thinking about making, you know, this is a preamble and this is a postamble, be like a wrapper for any kind of logic. It's CPU time for this thread. So it's one thread, how much time that thread took. So if you had 4 cores, you could conceivably go up to 400% of real time if you engaged all 4 cores continuously. So the numbers are high because it's a debug build. And it's a 5-second... Yeah, so there are a few variables, right? Keep closing it. Why do I keep closing it? I have a lot of snapshots. This is over a 5-second interval. It took 1/10 of a second for the worker thread and another, you know, sometimes almost a 1/4 second for incoming messages. So it's a debug build. If I made a release build, I expect it to go down an order of magnitude, at least. So yeah, I want these metrics in place because when I start letting people log in, I want to start seeing what the load is, and then I'll know if I need to start addressing performance now or if I can wait until later. You know, it'd be beautiful if I never need to address performance because I just don't have enough people playing the game to load it sufficiently. I guess that would also be a bad thing. It would mean that it's not popular. Let me pin that in case it comes up again. So... yeah, I'm thinking about making metrics the game object because we're already giving it to the coordinator and the executor, so that makes it a bit more convenient. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so let's promote it to be a real game object, like the mail queue, for example. So it just has to implement this interface, which I did not pin. There we go. So include iGameObject, and then see what it needs to implement. I think it's just serialization. Yeah. Serialization and cloning. That's not too hard. Alright, so I'm gonna kind of cheat and go to mail queue. Serialize. And just copy this. And then go to metrics CPP and paste it. And then rename mail queue to metrics. Alright. So, probably need to have unit tests for this, right? So, mail queue test probably has a serialized queue. Okay, that's different serialized things. Got a clone test. Let's start with that. Let's have a metrics clone test. So, sure, we can just keep it simple, I guess, and just have one metric in it. And then make a clone. Make a new metrics, cloning the original one. And then I should expect to be able to get the report out of the clone, right? I should actually be able to ask them independently for a report and get the same report. But let me also add another metric. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use the double equal. That's better. Put that there, and this is clone arrow. All right. So after I clone it, we'll add 0.4 to the original. So the original will have 12.7, the clone will only be 12.3. There we go. So there's clone. And then serialize, deserialize. Look at a different game object. Players, maybe? Yeah. Okay, fine. I suppose doing the same thing, just adding some kind of metric to it. Yeah, keep it simple. Add a metric to it, ask it to be serialized. What do I expect out of it? I expect... Really, let's just keep it simple. It's just foo 12.3. I don't think I need anything more elaborate than that. And then do I have a deserialize? I do. Deserialize. What was I doing here? I don't remember. I don't think I need an... Well, I guess I can form the serialization first. Act. It's just metrics. Deserialize the serialization. Assert that. I guess what we'll do is have it generate a report again. I'm gonna use this one. Don't know why I copy pasted from the other test. I could have just written that. Deserialize from that, and I get that as when I ask for a report. All right. Oh, this won't build, will it? Because I left a whole bunch of junk in here. So yeah, let's leave this out. That. And then deserialize. We will do nothing. And clone. Let's do nothing. Let's get it to build. I'm still live, Robodub. Yes. For another 20 minutes or so. I'm not going to get through this test, but what I'm working on right now is the accumulation of game statistics, and then I want to eventually, when I have them accumulated, every hour generate a summary of the game statistics, and then that goes to a file, and at the end of every day I want to publish the file by email to myself, and then include other things like whenever someone gets banned or account gets created, that kind of a daily report. So that's what I'm building up towards right now. So I put in the statistics gathering in the form of we record every interval, like every minute or so, how many people are connected. Oh, that duration is not right, is it? I need to fix that. Which server is the leader of the cluster, and then how many seconds out of that interval were spent in various parts of the server, and when that server joined the cluster. And yeah, the next step is to accumulate these numbers together, and then after that to report it in an email. Yeah, so whether or not it's ready, I'm going to take this essentially and make it available to you guys so that you'll be able to log in and do this kind of thing where you can create an account and play around with reporting issues. And we might actually use this as a way to, like the suggestion thing, to collect feedback on what you'd like in the game. I haven't thought too much about that, but yeah, I need to put this online. I've been stalling for long enough. I've been working on 6 months on this on my local machine. I have enough, I think, where I can put it on the cloud and let everyone try to log into it. So that's what I'm going to try to do next week. So before that happens, one of the things I really wanted to do is have it collect statistics so that I can actually measure how many people are logging in and how much load is there on the servers. Until I have these stats, I really won't know if I have a performance issue or if how many people are trying it out, that kind of thing. And it'd be interesting to show, like, graph over time how many people started playing the game as I add content to it. It could also be depressing if I see that it goes flat or goes to 0, but you know, that's life. All right, so these tests will fail now. Let me see that in the test explorer. So let's fix them. Clone is easiest. I just give the clone a copy of the, what did I call it? Store. So store equals impulse store. And that should fix the clone test. All right, and then the next test was what? Serialize. Serialize. I think I just need to do what does report do? Oh, it just copies, puts the store in there. There we go. Actually, I just need to make a copy. The serialization is the store, isn't it? Thanks for the follow, Romanasu. Rome wasn't built in a day, followed by Rome Manasu following. Is that prescience? Can you see the future, Cthulhu? Hey, then, the new pizza guy. Oh, I would like some pizza. Hey, pizza guy. Are you nearby? I'd like some pizza. Okay, deserialize, let's fix that. So deserialize is also extremely simple, right? It is going to be the flip side of that. Impulse store equals serialization. Actually, here I can do a move. And not make that a const, right? Yeah, why not? This one I don't want to move because it's really making a serialized clone. This one is, oh wait a minute, no, I can't do that. I can't do a move. I have to do that because it's constant input. It was built in 2 days, but yeah, days of which planet, right? What was it, Venus? Its day is as long as its year. So a day is like 300, or actually not 300, it's like 200 something Earth days. So if you're saying you built it in 2 Venusian days, then that's a lot of time. How bad was the workmanship being built in only 2 days? Yeah, it depends. The days of what planet are we talking about? Okay, that gets me enough where I can feel comfortable checking this in now. Oh no, wait a minute, no. Not the check-in I was doing, I was making it a game object. So now that it's a game object, I can include it in the snapshots. So that's what I'm gonna do. That makes sense, because if we don't put it in the snapshots, we'll lose the statistics. We'll lose the statistics whenever we do a snapshot. So that's next. Where do I have unit tests for the snapshot system? At the executor? I don't remember. I do not remember. I don't know if I actually even test how to test for what snapshots look like. Okay, there's too many things called snapshot. Ultimately, it will be this or that string I can search for to see if I reference that anywhere else. Oh, I had the main, oh, mod queue. No, this is the main program. The main program is deserializing snapshots. No, I'm not talking to you, Siri. Siri gets triggered by deserialization. No, not that time. Mm, that's because it has tickets inside. Hmm. Is that true? In the snapshot, I have tickets 2 times. Oh yeah, I got tickets. Look at that. All right. That's because I had that extra variable. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, all of these tests need to be updated now. So it is mostly in the executor tests, but also the main program did something. So let's do the main program one first. So this is metrics. Is metrics not defined at this point? It's not. Okay, we'll fix that. And then I have a comment for metrics somewhere. Executor C HTTP. Here we go. This is the object used to collect and report various server metrics. And then metrics.deserialize latest snapshot metrics. Yeah, this is game wide. This isn't just for one server. Yeah, so it's a dual. The metrics will be a dual purpose class. It'll collect it'll collect one server's metrics minute to minute, but it'll also accumulate metrics from all servers that have been posted through the game's journal. So I haven't done that part yet. That means that the serialization is wrong. This shouldn't serialize that. It should serialize it. It should be serializing the accumulated stats. So, well, I'll get that in a minute. Fix that in a minute. Do I have a minute? I have 7 minutes. Okay, I'll just hit all of the places where we see tickets and we'll change it to include metrics. Serialize. In all the right places. All right, not there. Okay, here we go. Does it install snapshot replaces game objects? Do I care? This one only tested the mod queue. I think it just needs to have something in there. And same thing here, it's only using the tickets, right? Yeah, so it just needs to be present. Oh wait, I already had that in there. All right, never mind. Okay, same thing here. That should be expected. What's all this? Oh, right. Okay, good. And then metrics there and there. So before I add the line of code here, actually, I should just add it. It's shared snapshot state metrics serialize. Is the metrics not stored in the snapshot state? It is not. That means I need to it needs to create a clone. Okay, this holds, yeah. Copy, please, from the header. Did I not pin that? All right. That should have gone away. Did I not do? Oh, I didn't do that right. This is metrics. Metrics. Okay, cool. And then same thing here. Main state metrics deserialize snapshot metrics. And then down here, I make a new one by cloning. So this is, I should keep them in the same relative order, right? Players, yeah, why are they all over the place here? Players, ModQ, MailQ, metrics. Players, ModQ, MailQ, configuration? I think that's an oddball because, right, when we start, we get it from the main state configuration. Yeah, okay, never mind. This is then, I have to add down here, metrics. Making new metrics from a clone whenever we install a snapshot. Got to install the 4 screws that holds the LCD panel after changing the battery on your old iPad? Oh, like you, like something internal? Take the digitized... I don't know, how loose is it? Yeah, it's your call, I guess. Glued in. Oh, so you're gonna have to unglue it and stuff? Oh, that sucks. Oh, thanks for the follow, the RailNet. Okay, so this is gonna serialize the wrong stuff, but it should at least work, right? So we can test it. Okay, no, I have some compiler errors because this needs access to the metrics. Right. Okay, let's test it. I have no idea if it's gonna work. And how come that... Oh, it's that bug again. That display glitch. I had to hit refresh. Okay, it's just about 4 hours, so I need to find a good stopping point. I think if I get this snapshot working, even if the data inside is not correct, I'll just call it, and I'll work on it more later. As long as it passes all my unit tests. Oh, it didn't. It crashed somewhere. And I wasn't sure exactly where it crashed. It was one of these. It's probably executor test, actually, right? Yeah. It crashed. Here's one where it crashed. Let's see what happens. It crashes in this, probably because this metrics is empty, yeah. Okay, so snapshot state never got set right. Let's find the snapshot state. Let's look for snapshot state mail queue. Aha. No, that's not it. I am setting it there. Ah, it's missing from here. Metrics. Yeah, we do some weird stuff with the game objects when we have snapshots. We have two parallel lanes of state in the sense. There's the main state, and then there's the snapshot state. And the reason for that is making a snapshot of these classes can take a long time. And so while that's happening, we do it with a parallel clone of all of the game objects. And then when we're done, we have it catch up to the main state. And then the journal and snapshot files get swapped between them. So it's a little bit of a dance. Let's run the executor test again. No, still breaking. Huh, it's like stuck. Oops. I didn't know I could drag those. Metrics is empty. Was metrics not supposed to be empty? It wasn't supposed to be empty. Look at that. eWork. Oh, is that because it's being modified in place? All right, that might be. Need to do something special in this test then. Yeah, so we can't ask it to serialize in the expectation. That's probably what I'm doing, right? Yeah, forming at that point is too late. So I guess I got to do the same thing that I did with the mod queue stuff. So I have to have like expected metrics serializations and then compute it myself here. And then do that. Do this there. Because the metrics are changing while we're snapshotting. No? Huh, yeah, it's different. I wonder why it's different. Hey, what line is this on? 2687 and also 2684. 2684. Right, it includes that measure. Oh, hold on. That's the expected. Last snapshot has that in there. Yeah, hold on. Oh, hold on. The metrics are going to be written to while it's running. It'll go to the main state. So I actually don't want to record this, do I? Right, this is this test where it's making a snapshot explicitly. And the problem is what? That it actually did not include it? The expected had it in there. Why? That shouldn't be. Let me put a breakpoint here and see a little bit more information. Let me look at the expected metric snapshots. Oh, these are going to be a little bit painful to look at because I got to dig down into object. There's an eWork on 0. Do they all have an eWork? eWork, yeah, they all do. So then snapshots is what? See that in the debugger? Snapshots is under this probably. Snapshots. Metrics. It's an empty object. Why? Why is it empty? Why is it empty? I'm kind of stuck. I wonder if that means I should take a break and look at this later. When it is told to make a snapshot in the worker thread, it will do what? Well, it'll eventually call that make snapshot right there. And there it will serialize the snapshot state metrics, which it will have been building up from commands. Oh, that's right. The executors doesn't actually okay, yeah, I know what it is. It's that we're serializing things that aren't accumulated from commands. So I can hack that for now. I can just hack this away. So metrics will no longer require serialize actually put anything in there. So that will just be empty. Deserialize, same thing. So we'll expect nothing. Clone. Does clone need to carry the instantaneous statistics? No, it doesn't. So it will, we'll just do this. Clone report should be empty. Seems counterintuitive, but it's that this object has dual purpose. So let me adjust the code to match that. So metrics. The serialization won't include the store anymore. It'll just be an empty object. And it does not set the store from that, and the clone does not copy the store. So that ought to clear that up. Huh, we're having some... test got stuck. This one got stuck somehow. This one. Sig term. It's empty. Main state metrics is empty. Oh, the test framework never set that, probably. Right. When is main state metrics set? It's just passed in. Game state. Oh, maybe I forgot another line. I searched for mail queue. Aha! I forgot a line. There we go. Good unit test. Found a bug. So it's a main state metrics equals metrics. So that means I really don't want to store a reference there, right? because I could just go to that. Yeah, so I can get rid of this one. And yeah, let's get rid of that and we'll fix up the compiler errors. So instead of metrics, it's main state metrics. I think. Yeah, okay. More of them. So that's gone. Okay, cool. Run execute test again. Yay, passes. So run everything. So that means now it should be included in my snapshots, but there's going to be no state saved because I haven't written the code yet to accumulate statistics game-wide to store there. That makes sense to me. These metrics that we are collecting are not meant to be stored as is in the snapshot. They are supposed to be accumulated hourly. But I need to verify. I need to think through that again. I'll do that. I'll do that between streams. I'll think over this design to make sure I got this right. That we are collecting individual stats every minute with the intent that we'll accumulate them together in the game persistent data, and then using that we'll make an hourly report that we're going to email, which I'll work on tomorrow. So hope you enjoyed today, people. I'll be back tomorrow. I try to stream every weekday. My local time is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So that's 1700 hours UTC to whatever that plus 4 is. 2100 hours UTC. So time for me to go eat. And I'll come back at this tomorrow. And let me go see who we can raid. Thank you for staying and watching. And see you later, Nui and everyone else. Thanks, Bugfound, as always. It's one of those days, isn't it? It's Wednesday. You too, Cthulhu. Who did I raid yesterday? It wasn't Simuleos. It was, gosh, I forget who it was. Named after Odin? Really? Didn't know that. How about we see how Irish John is doing? Irish John Gaming. So he's working on a game in Unity. It is a pirate PvP simulation. So working through his to-do list and adding a demo map is what he's working on today. We'll go say hi to him. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I will see you tomorrow. Here we go. I'm hitting the button. So see you guys later. Bye-bye. Bye.